look like on the pre-market volume side. THC at the moment is higher 1%, but the same, very, very low volume indeed. WING is the same, so these can go only to my secondary list, unfortunately. And actually, I have no idea what's going on with NVDA, but now it's very much down. I have not read any really bad news, but look at that, it's just heading back to the 120. On the NVDA traders, I'm going to watch 120 for sure, 118 especially as a crucial level, and on the Tesla, as it got some bad news yesterday, and also despite of that, it made a nice pushback at the end of the day, but now it's down 1.72% back to this $283 trader. So let's just be careful with the Tesla today. And so far, I do not have too much to the short side either. Let's see what we will get. In this case, when you do not have a short on the short side anything, you can just check the gainers and losers list on the TFS platform. This can be a great choice to find short candidates. If I'm just looking through it, I'm not seeing too many familiar names indeed, but I'm going to keep an eye on Tesla and NVIDIA. If they do continue to the downside, we have the short candidates. But so far, as just for Scott, I do not have shorts for today, but great candidates to start with. So VIP room traders, good luck to you for today as well. Like yesterday, I seen the guys had some great calls, and I'm going to see you tomorrow as usual. Sorry for this sound glitch. I have no idea what happened here, but I'm going to work on it. Tomorrow it won't happen. So thanks a lot, team, Scott, DVG, Clifton. Have a great day and see you tomorrow. Bye. Okay. So hopefully it's no. Now I cannot
Traders, good morning and welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to a Wednesday hump day, middle of the week, and hopefully everybody's doing great. Had a wonderful trading day yesterday and look to compound on top of that today. As we start this day and going into midweek, we've got 2 days behind us, 2 days in front of us. And what a joy it is to be right here in the 44 Trading Room, enjoying the community, enjoying everybody's input here as to what they're trading, how they're doing, and we couldn't be happier with the way things have gone for everybody here in the room. And if you're having a difficult time, let me know. We're here to help, here to try to get everybody profitable and get you part of the community here each and every day. So with that being said, let's take a look at these markets today. Get you prepared for the day, get you trading, get you focused for what we're trying to do today. Start off with the Asian markets where we saw the Nikkei gain up 247. Hong Kong Hang Seng up 139. The Shanghai and China down 1.28. Europe still in session. German DAX down 115. FTSE in UK up 18, and the CAC 40 in Paris down 47. You combine that with Asia, and you've got three markets up, three markets down, putting us kind of smack dab in the middle here. Pretty much what we have here. Dow futures up 98 points. NASDAQ down about 16 and a quarter. And the S&P up 3 and a quarter this morning as we start going into the day today. If you're in the oil patch this morning, oil's up about a penny. No, Well, it's up about 64 cents, 69.64 per barrel. And if you're in the gold patch, gold's up $4.80, 30.30, 70 per troy ounce. Silver's up 16 cents. It's been on a tear recently. Copper's up, platinum's up, palladium is up. Headline news: Treasury Department set to lay off substantial number of employees. Part of the Doge effort, part of getting things slim, getting things active, getting things back on track. Trump says the tariffs coming in April will probably be more lenient than reciprocal, which is good for the markets. And then Amazon out there is testing shopping health assistance as it pushes deeper into generative AI. That's really about it as far as news goes. We haven't had huge news. It's been all based on the tariffs and what's happening in the White House and how they're going to tax other countries coming in, and then the relationship between that and actually what's happening out there and seeing people either suffer or prosper based on tariffs and taxes and all. So that being said, futures now up about 102 on the Dow, down 15 3/4 on the Nasdaq, and up 350 on the S&P here. Got some stocks to look at before we do that. Let's say good morning. We've had some problems coming into the room here this morning. So Mark, good morning to you. Paul, good morning. Yep, Steve, good morning to you. Jim, good morning. Morning, Garrett. Great to have you here this morning. Yep. Seth, good morning to you. Garrett, good morning. Darren, good morning to you. Let's post some trades here, get you ready to rock and roll this morning. First trade up, GME 28.50 this morning. GME long 28.50. Okay, 28.50. One I'm watching here this morning. Second one on that note, the PLTK over 5. Now, if Amir was here, he'd be all over this here this morning. PLTK long over $5. The only thing here I'd be watching is the volume. We'll keep an eye on that to go forward. And then the DLTR trade, marginal here, but if we get going again, 67.50 DLTR, and I'm going to read to you what that news is on DLTR because it's important to understand where that stock is going. 67.50 would be my entry, 6750. And then last but not least, the breakout on Chewy at the top, 35. I'm going to give you the number right here, 35.60 Chewy long at the top, CHWY, WY, and that is going to be 35.60, sorry, 35.60 this morning on Chewy. There we go. And then last but not least, let me just read to you on the, here we go, on the Dollar Tree DLTR play here this morning. DLTR, the discount retailer gained 5% after the company announced plans to sell its Family Dollar business for $1 billion. Dollar Tree also reported fourth quarter results on Wednesday, which saw the firm surpass analyst estimates on the top and bottom line. So great news, DLTR. This sell-off, I think, could be bought. We're going to watch that here this morning. Okay, we've got about less than a minute to go. We'll get DVG in here. This morning, we heard from Aggie already, and I'm looking forward to trading with everybody. Should be a great trading day today. I'm looking forward to it. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Okay. There we go. Okay. I am set to go. About a minute to go. Not sure if DVG's, I saw him earlier. Not sure if he's coming in today. I think he is supposed to be. See if I have any messages here. No. Okay, good to go. Perfect. All right, traders, let's have a great day today. Hey, Rick, good morning to you, my friend. Let's have a great day today. Loading up the level 2 now as we speak. DLTR is obviously one of them. DLTR. I like that stock this morning. And then on the other one, we'll watch GME this morning. GME. All right, perfect. Ready to rock and roll, traders. Let's have a great day today. Chewy a pullback to start the day here. Okay, 11 seconds to go. 10. CHWY. And market is open. Traders, let's have a great day today. DLTR, this pullback, anything towards 67 buyable. PLTK for all your early risers. And then DATS, remember DATS from yesterday, DATS? It's got a heartbeat over 450. Okay, watching DLTR. Okay, I'm going to go long DLTR at 67. Long DLTR at 67. Stop loss will be 66. Target's going to be 68. Yeah, Chewy looks good too. PLTK missed that. THC I'm going to remove here. Not a big enough mover. We'll just stick with these four. Watch DLTR. 68 target DLTR. AMD starting to spike. Yep, PLTK, if you got in at 5, congratulations. I did not. Yeah, I'd love to see Chewy on a pullback, CHWY. Yeah, it is, Rick, but I'll tell you what, it's starting to come into its own here. We got about a 50-cent spread now. Once that tightens up, we should start to see the movement to the upside. Got that spike up to 68. Just be patient with the trade here. Let's see if we can get it. PLTK, yeah, let's take a look at it on the daily here. Lots of room to run, PLTK. Yeah, sure, AMD really starting to go now. Wow. Come on, turn DLTR. First 5-minute candle here. Waiting for GME to pull back. Same thing with Chewy. Yep, still holding it here. DLTR. Nothing but positive news for the stock. So the selling here is probably people trying to take profit from it. Okay, GME, nice. Anything under 27.50, we'll take it up through 27.50. Still going to hang on to DLTR here. GME very tempting right now, yes. I think I'm going to go with Chewy though, traders. I think I'm going to go with Chewy. I'm already in it, Rick. Yep, I'm already in it. Yep, at 67. I said 66 was going to be my stop loss, and I've refused to come out of the trade. Yeah, love Chewy. Let's see if it gets down to that 33.60, 33.50. That would be my buy point here. And then GME, I'm going to call it over 28. GME long 28 this morning. GME long 28. Target will be 29. Okay, watch the GME entry here at 28. Also, the AMD trade's starting to pull back. I'm going to put this on the main screen here so we can all watch it together here. Trying to get an idea of where we can come into this. Probably under 115 and then through 115. Come on, DLTR, you can do this. Nope, no trade yet on GME. Not seeing anything that I'm really missing here. The only trade that we missed is this PLTK. Yeah, I like AMD here. I do. Come on, DLTR, do this for us. One trade so far, DLTR. You know, the stocks have have a mind of their own, right? But you know, for the right reasons, stocks should move with news and with the direction that the stock is setting up. For instance, GME should continue to run higher. DLTR, not sure here, but I think with the news and everything, I've talked myself into it. $68 is going to be my target. $68. And of course, there goes Chewy. Nothing on GME yet, though. Dow's up 204 points. Nasdaq's down 42. DLTR again can add. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add here at the 6740. Okay, add at 6740. That's the VWAP line. Okay, 68 target DLTR now. 68 target DLTR. Nice move here. Go, baby, go. Watch 68 get taken out here. Come on, baby. Come on. Take out 68. Start the engines. Let's go. Little pause, little pullback, and then let's rip. Yeah, AMD, I don't know what's happening there. Okay, there's the rip here. $68 now coming. Watch the bid start to catch up here. Come on, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? All right, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Go, baby, go. All right, gonna lighten the load here. 68.17. I am out 3/4 of the trade here. That's over a point on DLTR to start the day here. Yep. Thank you. Well, I tell you what. I mean, it went past my stop loss, but at the same time, I just felt convicted on the trade, right? Like I said. Yeah, I would take some AMD here for sure. I think through 114. I'm going to post it here. AMD long 114. Stop loss 113, target 115, a little over 115 now. There we go with DLTR. Out all shares now. DLTR at the break of 69 here. Out all shares DLTR. All right, great trade. Cash register open. Yeah, I love it. I love it when a good plan comes into play here. No thanks to AMD though, right? AMD not going. GME, I am long the stock. GME, long the stock here at 28. Target's going to be close to 29. Yeah, I mean, you could try to pick up some AMD right here, no doubt. Take a look at the daily here. I mean, I love this stock up to 120, there's no doubt. Don't know the reason for this sell-off. Yep, I'm out of all shares now, DLTR. If it goes, it's going to go without me. NASDAQ getting a little worse.
Hey, Scott, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
I can. DVG, good morning to you. How are you?
Doing all right. Sorry, we just got a couple folks doing some work around the house, so I caught up on that.
Okay. Well, you missed the DLTR trade. I just absolutely crushed that. Now I'm looking for the other trade here to go on GME. GME long here at 28. We'll see what this thing nets for us now. Yeah, we talked about Chewy, and we talked about Chewy and the pre-market traders, CHWY, better than expected revenue for the quarter, and also guided strong revenue for the current quarter. So all good here on Chewy. Thinking about taking a trade here on Chewy.
I'm watching NVIDIA this morning and Coin, as well as the Qs. Qs at 491.26. Want to see if we hold that level this morning. Shouldn't have an issue, but just in case we break that, it could be an opportunity for some pullback here in the markets. I like Coin here at 203.50. Let's go. Potentially for a pullback. Watching NVIDIA here at 117. We just broke underneath it for the first time today. Okay, I'm going to take a shot here. Small nibble on Coin, maybe to the downside. If we bounce here, I'll easily flip directions here, but I do like this, pullback here, 203. Let's see what the Qs do here. Right here at 491.26 is the level I have marked. Okay, we're in Coin.
Wow, look at deals here. Go. Yeah, I left some on the table there. I'm not ashamed of that. Now approaching 70. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, right?
Yeah. I've noticed though in the last, I don't know, call it a week or so, my sizing has been a lot smaller inching into trades. And not ashamed to say it, but that's a little bit different than I normally would do it. Normally take half a position, then add a position if needed. But as of late, just because of the movements, I'll start a lot smaller. So let's say normally if I started a position with 100 shares, I might start with 50 now, and then add to the 100 if we make the move, especially if it's counter trend. Watching Tesla here, guys. surprised by the weakness this morning on NVIDIA. So if we have that continued weakness, we should see a pullback in the Qs. And then I'm just looking around for names that are showing some strength here. So in that space. So names like Tesla that are holding the view up pretty well, worth noting. Waiting for the break here on coin. If we don't get it, like I said, I'm happy to dump these shares and switch gears. But
there goes Chewy. I'm going to take some Chewy here at 33.50 now. 33.50. Chewy, CHWY. I'm going to go full share size here to start. Let's see, 33.50. Yep. And then I can add at 34 CHWY. There we go.
Let's see if we get the break on coin now. Right here under the lows. Good. We'll wait. Take a small partial here on coin. Not a huge move. $1.50 or so.
Target's going to be 34 to start. On CHWY.
There's the break on coin. Let's see if we get a little more now. Okay, good. Good. Pre-market.
Hey,
oh, go ahead.
Look at AMD getting smoked here.
Yeah, so is NVIDIA. That's what the big reason. Like I'm even looking at some put options now on the SPY and the Qs. The Qs obviously a little weaker because of NVIDIA showing that weakness, but not surprised to see some of this behavior. If you folks recall yesterday, again, I still think we need to retest 488.90 on the Qs, and if we break that, then maybe we see some additional downside. Is today the day for that? I don't know, but we talked about just even using something as simple as the fibs, right? And that Fibonacci retracement put us around that 495 level. I mean, what did we hit pre-market? 494.30. So we came pretty darn close. And I think even yesterday we tapped up into 494, if I'm not mistaken. 494, yeah, 494.50. So not a huge surprise to see that, but now the question is like, does 490 hold? It should, in theory. All right, I'm going to take a look here. We're either going to break lower right now, strongly and sharply, or we're going to bounce. So I'm going to keep a real close eye on this, on names specifically like Tesla that are showing some strength. And what does NVIDIA do? This whole tariff talk is one thing, but I think April 2nd is more important from a pricing perspective. So people, or I should say big companies, trying to get in while they can, optimize their profits, protect maybe some of their assets via puts, etc., using hedge strategies. That to me sounds like it makes more sense. Maybe they missed out on the first run. Now maybe we see markdown. So again, I suppose a broken clock is right twice a day.
Yeah, good point.
So I don't want to claim to be the expert at calling a short all the time, but okay, I'm taking a little more off coin here. Let the rest run. 199 print, sure, why not? Okay, let's keep an eye on the Qs here. I'm gonna put a put option there. I'm gonna buy some that are slightly in the money, 491. I'm only gonna buy a few just because right now, in theory, we should bottom out based on this pullback, but just in case we keep going, I've got those put options in place. Look at Tesla now. That's concerning. That's concerning. Big breakdown Tesla. Everything's aiming lower. So now where's the bottom? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Okay, nice.
Still waiting for the opportunity on Chewy.
I will literally just move my stop on coin. Looks great there. I like it. There's the break on the Qs. Let's see what it does at 488.90. We should get there pretty quickly. Easy money. Easy money. Wow, this coin trade really worked out well. I'm going to take a little bit more off, and then I'm going to let the rest do its thing. Nice move on coin now. Big break on the Qs, guys. Be careful. All right, now let's see some real price action step in here. Okay, taking more partials.
Here's what the triple Qs are looking like right now. If you're keeping an eye like DVG it does right here, and myself, you can see this big, huge sell-off on triple Qs. And that's why stocks like Chewy are getting beat up this morning. Not sure why DLTR is up there, but you could see AMD getting beat down too. GME, everybody's coming into this this sell-off on the Qs here. Let the overall chart guide you in your trades. You know, when your trades are even hot stocks that have great news today that are pulling back and down, it's because the overall market is getting them right now, right? So if you're convicted and you want to go long a stock because it's got good news, good earnings or something like that, still stick with it. But just continue to be aware of the overall market and where it's at.
About to take a small nibble on Tesla this morning at this 27872. So it's again a nibble. There's going to be a name that I think has a chance of bouncing just because of how aggressive things have been moving. That's probably going to be the one. So we are in that position now. You know, technically I want to wait for it to go below it again and then back up. But because we sold off so sharply and that name has been incredibly strong, that's a level I have marked for a bounce. There we go. I like this. Let's see if we get below my entry and then back through it again, I will add at the same level. So like what we're doing right now, we're kind of pulling back a little bit. Let's see us get below my entry, just fine. Okay,
Qs have not stopped.
Okay, I'm going to add to Tesla. Still relatively small size because of this big breakdown, but I like that level. 278.72 is a level I have marked off on the chart as a test level. And the fact that we are doing that now, let's see what happens. Okay. Don't do it, coin. It might take me out here. There it is. Ah, that stings. 199.75. I might have missed the bigger leg down, but that's fine. I'm not gonna be upset about it, guys. Let's keep an eye here on Tesla. Perfect entry, perfect add.
Here's your bounce right here. Let's see if we get this.
Yeah. Again, I'm looking. This will probably be a scalp. Now, if it starts taking off, I'll just add a bigger position. But I'm going to wait to see this candle right next to it. So 281.30. If we get above that, we should continue higher. If we don't get over 281.30, then this position or this trade is worthless.
And just waiting patiently for the Chewy trade to develop here. There's one trade so far, or two trades today on GME and on DLTR. I'm still long GME.
Paul, what day? What do you mean? Sorry. What are you looking at? I'm just looking at the notes here. Sorry. Okay, rotation into energy today, without a doubt. So if you guys haven't made watch lists in that space, I definitely would. Seeing this rotation into names like CVX, I'm actually going to pull up. Well, nuclear doesn't look good, I suppose, given that Germany took down their power plant. So that's interesting. Yeah, but I'd be keeping an eye on energy in the next week or so because, wow, what a run up it's had. Seems to be like the only green market right now. Qs continue to roll over here. Still feeling okay about Tesla. My stop loss will be the low of day. I'm not going to, try to battle a name like Tesla, but there's the Qs. There we go. There we go.
Pop.
Let's see. Yeah, let's see 491.26 hold up on the Qs. Let's see if we get a bounce there. And again, if Tesla can get over this 281.30 level, I'll wait to take a partial. Maybe we get it 282.5 or so. And then let it kind of cook. The only concern is so long as NVIDIA is aiming lower, the rest of the market's going to have a tough time bouncing. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Paul. Yeah, I got those. Those were the 491s, and those are for tomorrow. Typically, if I'm taking a hedge on a day, I'm finding that the IV, etc., is pretty good for like next day. I don't like doing same day because, if you don't keep your eye on the Greeks, they'll kill you in 5 seconds. Even for tomorrow, they're pretty bad. Or like I shouldn't say tomorrow, like I'm saying in general, like the next day. Delta, gamma, theta, all that stuff can move against you pretty quick. So I keep an eye on some of that stuff, but like the 491s today didn't look too bad. But I think it's again, I hate to be the one always saying like bearish. It's not it. It's I think it would make sense to get up to 495 on the Qs, pull back, retest 488.90 to see if we're actually going to remain bullish. If we're going to get bearish, then we then we break that level or get up to, and I say 495, it's on the Qs, right? Or we get up to 495 and we take off to 500 to see if there is a test to start pushing towards the all-time highs, right? So, but with that, I don't think with all the uncertainty around tariffs, this is the time. If anything, they're going to push to get the stocks as high as they can and then start using hedging strategies. Because let's face it, these institutional traders are a lot smarter than the average person. This is all they do all day, every day for a living. And so what they're going to do is protect their portfolio, because in many cases they can't just dump your entire portfolio without reallocating those assets somewhere else. So if they continue to buy up, and then you use options or spreads or dark pools to basically offset the stuff that you don't want to dump onto someone else's book, like maybe you get away with doing something like that. But it's just kind of interesting to see, like Nvidia, I don't know, it could be closer to like $100 stock sooner than later. And it's literally one of my favorite names. So yeah, I was coming. The reason why too is it was near at the money, because I wanted to see what happened at 491.26. And if we broke that, I figured we'd break that 491 number. And if we bounced off of it, I'm out of the way. So quick and easy. Well, Tesla might do it to me. It's all right. We were profitable on a little bit. So if you guys did take that trade and you did take partials, good for you. Rule number one, pay yourself first. I was seeing if we're going to actually bounce there. So technically it could have, taken a partial. But for me, I want to see if we actually get a follow through to the daily highs, up to 285.
Come on, GME. There we go. Nice little move.
Let's see what NVIDIA does at 115.15. Big level I have marked on my charts. It's $115.15. So if we break that level and come back through it, I may consider going long. But I do just like the 115 print in general for NVIDIA. I don't know. Tesla's an awful lot, very close to taking me out right here.
Yep.
Yeah, Jim, it is different. That's part of the reason too, Jim. I'm glad you called it out. Part of the reason, even for me, let's just say my normal entry is, I don't know, let's just say it's 100 shares, right? Maybe a little bit more than that typically, but instead of starting with 100 shares, I'm starting with like 50 now. Or in some cases, like if it's like MSTR, right, it may be like 20. Just because you're exactly right. The fake outs are brilliant. I say this is the day trader's paradise, because you want that volatility to grab your points if you're sticking to these short-term movements. Now, if you're a swing trader, kind of hurts a little bit more unless you're positioned and you don't mind the swing, right? But if you're an investor, yeah, this is terrible. You're up 4% one day, you're down 5% the next day, you're up 6% the next day. Like, talk about some volatility, right? Well, Tesla, thanks for the fun. We tried. Out of the Tesla trade, guys.
Okay, still liking the GME trade. Of course, no trade on Chewy yet. I might bottom fish down here on Chewy with the good news that it has. If you look at Chewy on the daily, I'm going to remove AMD here because that's not happening. If you go to the daily on Chewy, you can see this 32 level up in here. You don't have that much downside, but you certainly have an upside curl here up towards 36. So, yeah, I think it's a decent buy right now.
Okay, there's that test, guys. 488.90. What did we just get there? 488.96. I'm going to take some of these put options off on the Qs. If we break that level, yeah, maybe we start heading lower. But I do think we're going to probably see a bounce here in this area. So again, don't count the number, cue the disclaimer. It's just a level that I have marked. That 488.90 is a very important level to see if we hold it. And if you notice, do you guys remember the level, what it was on the SPY, 573.05 that we've been talking about for the last, I don't know, several sessions. As soon as we got above this area, right now we tested 573.32. So I wouldn't be surprised if we go test 573.05 on the SPY, maybe subtle undercut to get more bears trapped, and then the bulls come put the afterburners on if we're going to continue to move higher. If, big if. I am watching NVIDIA though big time in this 115 print.
Again, target towards $29 on GME. Just put your patience cap on right now.
Glad we got out of the way of Tesla. That made it kind of easy.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, guys, we should see a big candle on the Qs here soon. So I'm going to trim if we don't break 488.90 by the end of this candle. So 20 seconds. And you guys know I really want to short MSTR. I just haven't done it yet today. Today might be the day though. I say that, watch, and I'm getting at like, let's say 334, and then boom, takes off. Okay, guys, keep an eye on the Qs if you haven't already. 488.90. Let's see if we break that level, it should be a quick drop. And that might be the fake out to breakout type move. Or if we see that continuation, then good news is we have these put options in place that'll keep going. But I am going to take a few off if we do not break this level. Should happen here soon. Okay, 488.91. That's so wild. Big old order block came in there. Guys, I'm watching NVIDIA 115.15. I'd love to see it break below that, then come back up through that level. If not, I may start nibbling here a little bit early because I just like the 115 print on NVIDIA, and that is an aggressive sell-off. So maybe we see a bounce in this area. So I'll wait for 115.15. Again, I want to see it break through that level, then come back and hold the level. I don't want to catch a falling knife here. Still like Tesla back to that same level, 278.72. Problem is now I'd have a new stop loss that is way further lower.
Okay, traders, second trade of the day now today on GME. We just absolutely killed it, DLTR. And look at the GME trade. Look at the chart on my screen here now. See that right through that 29.24, 29.25. And this is where I get off the merry-go-round, taking 3/4 of the trade off, actually just leaving a couple hundred shares right now on GME. And that's it, 2 for 2 right now. And now for the triple, I just need Chewy. Chewy would be a great trade here. I've got to be patient with it, maybe over that 33.40. So good morning to start off here. That's awesome.
Guys, I'm going to try NVIDIA here. I'm just going to hit the market order and see what I get. It'll be a nibble. Let's see. Okay, 115.47 is our first nibble. So I might be early to the party. Again, I wanted to see 115.15, but I mean, it's a few cents. I'm not going to worry about it. Seeing if I can catch this falling knife a bit. We took a partial, guys, by the way, on our Qs, put options. So I only have like 2 left. And if we get below 488.90, we start moving with some momentum. I may add, another 10 or something. But I don't mind the trade there, making a few points in favor. And I might be early to the party on NVIDIA, which is a little bit nerve-wracking because I wanted to see 115.15 break that level, come right back up through that level, then start my entry at 115.15. But I was impatient. I'm human. What can I say? What's Pantera 0 for 4, 10-point Tesla runs every day, and I still miss. It's tough, man. It is. It's what's scary for me is on names like Tesla. It's not the strong pullback. Like that's, I don't want to say it's expected, but with Tesla, it can easily run down 10, 15 points in a day, right? But it's when you see the run up that's 10 or 15 points that's like, whoa, you know, if you get caught on the wrong side of that, I mean, it hurts pretty quick, right? I think Jim's our Tesla go-to trader, right? Trades it every day, I think. Guys, look at this level on NVIDIA. It literally tagged 115.15 right on the dot and then held. Let's see if that's actually a level. We want to see it go through just a little bit. It just did it by 2 cents. I think it needs a little bit more, you know, maybe 115.08 for a bounce. Okay, there it is, 115.05, fine. Qs now. New session low, barely. All right. If you were patient, 115.15 still looks great on NVIDIA, and then your stop loss is super tight. You know, you do it based on your own risk profile. Cue the disclaimer. If I see a candle get above, right, on the Qs, was that 489.60? If I see 489.60, I'll dump the rest of my put options and I'll probably get bullish for a scalp off the bottom here, guys. All right, I'm going to put 500 shares up there at 115.47, same entry on NVIDIA. So I'm leaving 30 cents on the table that I could have gotten at 115.15 because I was impatient. Lesson learned.
Boy, AMD just toileted today.
Yeah.
Come on, Chewy. Get off the bottom here. Give us an opportunity. Dow's up 190. NASDAQ down 205.
Yeah, with Tesla, I wouldn't be surprised. Look, 262 should have been tested like 2 or 3 times. It didn't. We went right through 262 like it wasn't even there. So that's the level I kind of wanted to see on Tesla. It still could go there. But the reason we have stop losses, y'all, is, I mean, look what we got in, got stopped out, and it just hasn't stopped falling. So again, 262 is the big level we tested. I think the lows yesterday were 271, which we shorted on Tesla. But yeah, this market's definitely playing games with people for sure. Q's putting a new session low again. You know, coin took me out on the bounce. Still wouldn't be the worst short there here at the low of day. Let's see if we either bounce there or break there. Q's aiming lower now. SPY just tested that 573.05. Just broke below that. I might have to give up on my NVIDIA position in just a moment. For those of you guys who say that DVG is always bearish, a couple longs here off the bottom. Yeah, really, Scott, 115.15 on NVIDIA looks fantastic.
Yep.
I hate to add to a losing trade, but I might just add this one time, and if we break lower, then I'll dump it. But I think the energy to the downside is going to run out on the Qs here in a moment, for a little bit more of a little better bounce, I'd say.
Yep.
All right, Seth, take it easy, man.
Yep. Have a great day, Seth. Come on, Chewy, going the wrong way.
I missed MSTR. That's a bummer. Big breakdown now on MSTR. What do options look like on MSTR anyway? They're usually pretty wild, but let's take a closer look. $1.70 for $300 put options. Let's see, on 28 bucks away. There we go. Those are still pretty expensive. The 325s are $7.85 right now on MSTR. Well, NVIDIA, 114.70, and I'm done with that position. Right on, Seth. Yeah, take it easy, man. Have an awesome, awesome day. Guys, I so badly want to short MSTR right here, but man, that thing could snap me in half right now if I do. What did I say? 334, right? When I was looking at it. Now look at it, 326. What in the world?
Yeah, and the Qs just took another leg down, so that's I'm all out of GME. All shares out GME.
Yeah, I'm out of the NVIDIA position as well, which is totally fine. It was me trying to catch the falling knife. Guys, the Q's definitely moving in favor. This put options really, this is, let's use that as an example. Think of what I'm doing here on a very small scale of taking put options on the Q's as it was moving lower. Meanwhile, trying to grab a position, let's say, for example, long Tesla, then getting out when we got stopped out. That's what hedge funds do on a daily basis, but on a way bigger scale. I'm over right here buying, 10, 20, 50 contracts sometimes, right? These guys are buying thousands, plural, of contracts to offset their portfolios. So, same concept though, right? If the Qs are aiming lower, my options are, my insurance policy paying for the downside move. And in theory, you would do that when you have a portfolio of, let's say, 100 shares. One contract covers those 100 shares as an insurance policy, essentially. And so as it moves down, up, left, or right, you're covering your portfolio via the opposing force. In this case, maybe it could be a spread if you're looking to collect some premium and you're unsure of the move. Maybe a sideways move is coming for that day, week, or month, depending on the duration of those options, which are typically monthly. That's really how options were designed. Now, obviously, options have taken a little bit of a mind of its own, right? Where people could trade them in and out on a daily basis, make some premium, etc., dump them, whatever. Obviously, you got to consult your tax advisor, right? But that's originally how options were positioned, as a derivative for, hey, I've got $50 billion portfolio or whatever. How do I protect it in the event that we have these downturns? Well, you can use options. And then you have the option or right to buy or exercise those shares at a certain price. Or you just dump the insurance policy.
Yeah.
So, guys, I still like NVIDIA 115 now. Let's try it again. I'm going to come in at, let's try it here, 114.95. It sounds like I was... Get yours now for 114.95. Step right up. Let's see, 114.95. We're going to try NVIDIA again. We need a leader in the Mag 7. maybe we'll just ask the crew here. Who do you think is going to be the leader in the Mag 7 today? Is it going to be NVIDIA? Is it going to be Microsoft? Is it going to be Meta? Is it going to be Tesla? So now we'll do the math right, guys. I'm going to add to NVIDIA at 115.47 if we get there, my original entry.
Down 227. I mean, Chewy fighting here. This is going to be my next trade. I just don't know how long it's going to take to get in. Yeah, all out of everything and waiting.
Okay. Taking a few more off on these put options. Get a nice break lower. I'm watching Tesla again.
Tesla.
What do you guys think? We need a leader in the Mag 7 today. What's it going to be? We're going to see a bounce in NVIDIA that helps carry his markets higher. Meta, Microsoft, Tesla. What do you guys think? A bounce? Yes or no? If we get above that 488.90, y'all, remember we talked about the needle and thread? That's kind of the concept. Where if you have an area of support or resistance, you mark it, you want to see it. If you're above it, let's say you want to see it break first, and then does it become resistance or support? If you see it, like if you've been waiting all day patiently to take a trade thus far, I would be watching that, again, cue the disclaimer, be watching that 488.90 on the cues. Can we breach that, go higher, and then hold that level, aka bounce above it, then take off? Or do we do the opposite and start running into that level and cannot break through? If we can't break through, there's a good high likelihood that we'll likely aim lower. Same thing with the SPY, 573.05. Like right now, we're sitting just above it right now. So that's telling me that, okay, bulls know that level, algos know that level, but also bears are seeing that level. And is this a legitimate bearish move, or is it just people, again, protecting the upside move thus far? So we start getting a breach over that level, I'll probably dump my put options and then buy a ton of call options up near 493 on the cues, whereas, you know, that's kind of towards a high obsession. Get a nice bounce in Apple. Man, I haven't watched Apple in a while. There it is. A good bounce. Rick, are you calling Apple the canary today? Not a bad choice. Apple's been kind of ignored for the last, I don't know, several weeks. I don't know, man. As much as I'd love to buy Tesla here, it would just be a price action move. It wouldn't be because of any other narrative. Guys, I'm going to hit NVIDIA for a big chunky size at 115.47. So we just started our entry at 114.95 after getting dumped. But this 115.47, I'm going to literally hang like 1,000 shares up there. Let's see if we can get through this. All right. I'm going to load up my call options here on the Qs. Again, watching 488.90 like a hawk right now. Do we push higher on the Qs here, or do we start breaking lower? Tesla looks ready. Banks doing pretty well as well today, JPM specifically.
Got a little bounce off the bottom here on the Qs.
Guys, I'm going to move my entry or add on here to 35. 115.35. How did we just get in there so quick? That was cool.
Yeah.
Please bounce now, NVIDIA, please. No. Don't do it. No, don't do that, NVIDIA. Let's see. No, totally an effect of the market and vice versa. Yeah. Well, it is the biggest name, right? Now, granted, it started selling off, whatever. Everybody just kind of ignored it, but it is typically between that, I'd say, and Microsoft. Like, there's been days, like not too long ago, a few days ago, where Meta was moving higher and Microsoft was moving higher, and the rest of the Mag 7 was aiming lower, and then magically the rest of them came and followed. So maybe we don't have leadership today, and that would kind of sting a little because we're trying to go long here on NVIDIA, because I think from a pricing perspective, not a bad, buying at 115 bucks. You could argue that's a good deal, but I think with tariffs, like, think of all the names that are going to be impacted by tariffs. Anything that ships from outside the US, just think about that for a minute. How many companies do that? Software companies don't really have to do that. Majority of the stuff's going to be built here or what have you here in the States. Banks, to a certain extent, they're going to be in the business of importing and exporting inflation, which nothing new. Oil, any kind of energy, what are the implications there? Question mark. You know what I mean? because that could be geopolitical, it could be supply demand. So again, putting on your thinking caps, right? Like what is more susceptible to tariffs than others, and that's kind of where my head's going. So does Nvidia become $100 stock or less? Maybe. Just know I'll be buying it. If it gets under $100, I'll be adding that to my portfolio for a while.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I'm doing now is just, the DLTR, shoulda, woulda, coulda on it. And then GME, I'm not disappointed in GME. I mean, it's a flyer stock always, right? So I'm happy to get my point out of that. Real nice profitable day so far. We'll just add to the kitty if Chewy would take off now, which it is a little bit. Target on Chewy will be 34, probably 33.80, somewhere around in there. We got to get over the red dotted line first. Check it out here. Just above that 33.50 for entry now on Chewy, CHWY. I'm long. See if we can get this to rock and roll now.
I want a big stripe on Nvidia to the upside. That would be nice. I'm gonna let's see. Literally we tagged it, I think, to the dot. 89. So previous candle on the Qs, 488.89, got to that level, rejected. If we get over that level, we should push, and I'll dump my put options, and then let's look at what the call options are looking like there, size-wise. Okay, I like that. Let's look at tomorrow. They're 88 cents. Sweet. And get that position loaded up here. Okay. We get above 488.90. I will dump my put options and rotate into some call options. Come on, Nvidia. Don't give up on us. Nope. Nvidia might do it to me again.
Yeah, I think there's more in the tank here on Chewy for sure. Yep. And I'm going to be patient with the trade here.
Hanging on to Nvidia. I don't know. I really think we start turning around here. In fact, so much that I can always load up put options later. Again, if we get over 488.90, we're basically going to switch the contracts. Normally you buy like a spread or something like that when you see stuff like this happen. But I'm not doing that. We're going to go aim for about 491.26 on the Qs. And then NVIDIA, low of day would, I mean, that would cost me a little bit, but that's fine. So 114.38 will be my stop. And then my target's going to be north of 118. So I suppose like 117 and a half, I wouldn't mind, but maybe it'll hang on to this if we get a proper bounce.
Okay, Chewy looking good again. Hopefully we blast off here now. CHWY.
Right on, Darren. Yeah, Paul, that's what I'm looking at. So they're like 90 bucks right now, or 88, 86. Just watching it kind of flip flop a little bit. So they're not super expensive. And then anywhere in around 491, my guess is we should be in and around close to $2, maybe $3. Should be like probably 260. Obviously, the later in the day that happens, the less that's going to be worth. And so you got to keep an eye on the Greeks there, but I'm suspecting the Qs at least to try to bounce. If we can get, I mean, we've got to get through that 488.90 level now. So you can even call it 489 for the sake of argument, round number. If we can't get over 489, then that's our ceiling now. So that'd be the only way I switch gears on the Qs. Like right now, I'm just patiently waiting. I thought we were going to get a push just previously. But for now, I've got my puts working. We took partials on the way down. I'm ready to dump the rest of them. You know, I don't have a ton left, but no matter what, they'll be profitable pretty much. NVIDIA is really disappointing though. Really disappointing today. I think Tesla is going to lead the Mag 7 today. I don't know if it's going to lead the Qs, but it's showing some strength pretty much all day. Once it gave up, it's like, all right, fine, we'll wait, we'll buy. As soon as it got lower, there's no shortage of buyers on that stock right now. I think predominantly retail traders, which is a little more concerning. When you look at the volume size, you know, obviously we've seen 48.5 million shares dump through it. So there's definitely people buying it, definitely people selling it, but Didi, you're looking at MU. Sorry, just saw that. Yeah, I think it's kind of in line with the rest of the tech sector. So if you're looking at anything in the, you know, I'd start sector first. So look at stocks, look at SMH, and then dive into your favorite names in that sector. So it could be MU, it could be NVIDIA, it could be AVGO, it could be Qualcomm, right? Whatever it is in the semi space, and then see how all those look. The fact that NVIDIA is quitting right now, it seems, it's going to be hard for the rest of those names, right? Well, NVIDIA, you broke my heart. Oh well. I'm gonna step away. I'm gonna put the kettle on. I'm still in the NVIDIA trade, but I don't know for how much longer, to be honest. That ad is really hurting me now. But Scott, I'll be back here in a bit. I'm gonna go make some tea and make a couple calls, and I'll be back.
Yep. See you in a little bit.
That's good.
Chewy, just a little breather here, I think, before it really takes off. We'll have to wait and see, though. Got to take out the VWAP, I think, first, and the Q's just kind of rolled over to the other side here. Wow, DLTR. Unbelievable DLTR. Should, would have, could have, would have loved to have held on to that thing. Right? Awesome, Darren. Awesome.
Rick, am I still in NVIDIA? Yes. Yeah, I got my stop loss just under the low of the day on NVIDIA. So if it gets that low, it's going to hurt, but sometimes you just got to survive these little ups and downs. I'm not really here to win 15, 20 cents, etc. I did get an alert, so I'm dumping the rest of my put options, grabbing some call options on the Qs. 493 strike. Basically dumping the puts, grabbing calls. I do think that this is where, if bulls are going to put up a fight, this is where it is. I'm looking at Tesla as well, 278.72, but the original level that I wanted to get in. Technically, anything below that could have been considered like a discount. I just didn't get in there. I might hold off on Tesla for now, but looks pretty good here off the bottom. For now, we've got our NVIDIA position and now call options on the Qs. Just keep an eye on that 488.90 level. Hopefully we don't look back. Hopefully. But I wouldn't be surprised if we test it, tap it, and then turn the afterburners on.
Yep.
Yeah, the only downside with NVIDIA is like, okay, great. So I'm at like basically break even right now. So we got in at 14.95, then we did a big ad. That was a little early to the ad, but now, this 115.47 level. Hopefully we get above that and we don't look back for the rest of the day, but what are you tracking right now, Scott?
The only thing I'm really looking at right now is the Chewy trade, CHWY, and I'm just upset at myself on the DLTR trade, man. It would have been an absolute home run for me, but just made a small little double on it, and I have to be content with that.
Nothing wrong with a double.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
What to do, what to do. I don't like that the Qs just voluntarily broke through that level.
Yeah, I think we're going to get there. The VWAP is only holding it down, and that's my only little snag here.
All right, I'm gonna do it. Tesla 277.70. Just wow. I said it and immediately was like, oh, there's some shares. We'll take them. All right. Same thing though. Baby size. Let's see if we can get a rally off the bottom here.
All important about the whatchamacallit, the triple Qs.
Yeah. Come on, NVIDIA. So I have NVIDIA and Tesla. So why this level 278.72, guys, look left. Right when we got above that little peak yesterday at this, right about this level, look what happened right at the close. We just took off to 290 bucks. So is there enough fuel in the tank to get up 3 points? Maybe. It's kind of what we're aiming for. And if we get a little more follow through, great. If we don't, well, bummer. Small size. I don't like that the Qs though literally get over 40, 88, 90, and then just bears are stepping in now, seeing this weakness. So you started off with sellers, then you had bears, and now they're going to try to protect that level because if we get above it, bulls should come and start fighting. But right now, it's not looking great for the bulls. Microsoft looking pretty strong at the moment. Is it enough? I don't know.
I know as soon as I get out of my Chewy, it'll skyrocket here. So I'm going to hold on.
Finally, NVIDIA. Here comes the breakout. Finally. Jeez, took forever. Shouldn't even call it a breakout. It's just like, a movement. Finally. Okay. Watch the cues here. Do I add here on Tesla? I'll wait till we get over 278.72 to add.
There goes Chewy.
Should get a big candle right now, directionally, on markets. Next 2-3 minutes, green or red, we'll know pretty soon here. All right, Scott, I'll be back in a bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it about 10 minutes here, or whenever Chewy gets above that VWAP line, then I'm done. Yeah, Chewy looking fine. Still waiting for that breakout. Again, it could be later in the day. It's fine. I'm willing to wait. Okay, traders, that's going to do it for me. I'm done. I'm just going to watch the Chewy trade here going forward. And if I can get into or out of this trade around that 34 mark as we get over the VWAP, I will. I'll try to report back a little bit later. We have a great day today. Great trading with everybody today. I'm going to be a 3-for-3 day today, including GME, DLTR, and Chewy. Another great day trading here in the 44 trading room. Hopefully you all enjoyed it too. Thank you to everybody on YouTube for making this day happen as well. Couldn't be happier with the subscription base there and people coming to join us each and every day. Thank you so much, and we will see everybody tomorrow morning right here in the 44 trading room. Everybody have a great night tonight. God bless you all. Godspeed, and we will see you tomorrow. Thank you, Clifton, Rick, Steve, the rest of the team. DVG will be back in just a little bit. I'll see everybody tomorrow morning. Everybody have a great night. God bless you all. Godspeed, and take care.
All right. Checking in, y'all. How we doing? Well, we got stopped out of NVIDIA and our call options because we didn't hold that 488.90. Once I saw this breakdown, wanted to see a retest. We failed. I got out. And just in time. So I recommend you pull up your cues and look left. If you recall, what was this day? Friday after the close. So Monday's pre-market open, we'll say. We saw a big push on the cues before the markets even open, which helped push for the recent rally that we had. We are testing that level right now on the cues, which totally makes sense. So guys, as you're looking to chart, etc., remember, we were in a downtrend, reversed, got a little relief rally. But if you recall, we were marking levels of where's the retrace? Like, does it go to 495? Well, we rejected that this morning. Took that for a short, made some money, all good. Personally, I want to see how high we bounce, if at all, from this level, considering that's, I would call this almost like a new neckline that we put in on the cues, which is at 486.36 is the level that I have marked. If we can't support that level, there's a high probability we aim lower. So I'll likely be able to structure positions to favor that downside move. I would look at literally all the names that have rallied. So all the names in the crypto space, all the big tech names that are likely going to take the brunt of the impact. But we are seeing some rotation. So right now, energy is doing pretty well, specifically oil and gas. Yeah, they're pulling back from today's highs, session highs, but that's okay. That could be an interesting rotation. We're also seeing some move towards, I'm going to call it, consumer services. So names like McDonald's that are improving, which is telling me a couple things. So if you're seeing Pepsi move higher, McDonald's move higher, while everything else is moving lower, we're looking at a propensity for a weaker consumer. We know we've got PCE data coming out on Friday, likely going to have an impact on that. And again, I was maybe a little early to the call as far as where do we rally to and start seeing some rejection. I was thinking, any of these levels could have been valid. So 490.80, 495.26, which is a fib retrace, all the way up to 504. Now, positioning yourself in those areas doesn't mean they're guaranteed to pull back. But we're in the business of finding patterns, and we're also in the business of improving our probability of a trade. So try to catch this falling knife on a bounce, see if we could rally a bit. We tried to go long on a couple positions, even though we were short right at the open, banked a ton of money. Now I'm looking at, okay, well, where's the bounce? And then can we enter for a deeper cut to the downside? I'm looking at names like MSTR, I'm looking at names like Coin, looking at names like Meta, right? I think realistically, keeping an eye on consumer staples could be interesting for a defense move or rotation. But look at basically where people are spending. So I haven't even looked yet, but I'm going to look at, let's say, cruise lines. So let's look at RCL real quick. RCL pulling down. Marriott probably, kind of off session highs here. Airbnb possibly. Like, this is where I think, if we're going to have a weaker consumer, we're probably going to see less spending. Uber probably is down. Let me look. Oh yeah, Uber's down big time. So that's just telling me that we're moving away from consumer confidence, and it goes back to what we talked about the other day. If we are the biggest consuming nation and we have a weak consumer, that's a problem. And if we see rotation into names that are behaviorally, we'll say, around less expensive alternatives like McDonald's, I'm going to say, right? Surprisingly, Starbucks is up today, which I don't know. If we're concerned about a consumer, I'm not sure how many people are going to be eager to spend $7 on a latte, but what do I know? Pepsi, Coca-Cola. Think of like Warren Buffett. Dollar Tree. Yeah, well, the big thing of DLTR is they are, getting rid of, what is it, the Family Store or something like that? What was their other? I don't trade Dollar Tree often enough, to be fair, but in their earnings call, right, they announced we're splitting up the company. I think it's Family Dollar. That's what it was. They're selling, that part of their business for $1 billion, basically getting rid of a liability on their balance sheet. Yeah, exactly, Paul. So they could benefit from that kind of stuff. Now, again, it's more or less like a hedge, right? Because if you have a weak consumer, just in general, that we have bigger problems. Markets are, going to get heavy really fast. That paired with a tariff, they could potentially increase prices that right now haven't even been back tested on who pays that, number one. Number two, if it does increase cost for consumers, how much more before they break? Our debt service right now for consumers is like literally at an all-time high, which is why, again, it's just a thought. It's not who am I, right? I'm not here to give financial advice, etc. It's just an opinion. But, we know about the 4 traditional wars. We've talked about that at length. I think there's a 5th one coming. It'll be debt. We'll probably see the rise of, peer-to-peer lending increase. So think of names like UPST. Think of names like in that space where you might see more lending as a safe haven, both from a tax perspective and a yield perspective, right? If you could lend to somebody at 10%, it's hard to get 10% in the markets, up, down, left, or right, just in general. Like that's a pretty decent return. If you get 15%, great. 20%, even better. So I think we might see a rise in that space. There's already talk. I've been concerned about what's going to happen in the commercial sector for commercial real estate, where I do think there's a higher propensity right now for either it's an exception. I don't know how it's going to work, but rates need to come down for commercial real estate specifically. Why? $6-7 trillion asset class right now looking to come to maturity from whether it was a 5-year or 7-year interest only type loan, which is common in commercial real estate. They'll need to refinance that debt somehow. And the problem is a lot of these folks that had their properties refinanced in 2019 when rates were basically free, A, they're going to have a higher rate more than likely, and then B, the values have gone down from that time. So if you refinance at a lower rate at a higher valuation on your property, and I'm talking about a big portfolio, I'm not talking about, just think about if you had your house, but a bunch of them, like that makes it more difficult to cover that debt service. And so I think there's going to be a way to, I'm not going to say bail them out, but definitely a way to kind of soften that blow, because it's a significant asset class and there's a lot of money invested in that segment. So again, I don't want to say forward-looking statements. It's all an opinion. There's nothing inked in, or etched in stone, as they say, right? But it's important to just kind of noodle on some of these things and put your mind on, hey, what are we seeing? Where do I want to be position-wise? If you're trying to do investing, if you're trying to do scalping, or you're trying to do, swing trading, these are the kind of moves that, like for me, again, coulda, shoulda, woulda. If I just held all my put options from this morning on the Qs and just walked away, I literally could have taken that one trade and we'd be up, let's say, about $11,000 today. That would have been amazing. But it's okay. We banked some money and that's that. All that to say, at least from what I'm finding, I'm usually a little early to the calls. If you guys remember, I was like, hey, I want to be bullish till I'm bearish. It's for days like today. Now, it doesn't mean that we have to pull back here. Like, this is a healthy pullback. If you pull up the Qs, technically we're right at the neckline of the initial breakout. I get it. It looks pretty, like a violent sell-off, which we talk about, stairs on the way up, elevator on the way down. But if you look left and you have your, extended hours trading, that gap that moved from, what is this, 480, 481, let's call it, up to 486 happened in one move. Literally just all that was bought up. And it just so happens, big surprise, maybe not, but new contracts were issued for the following month on options because options expiration was Friday. So some of these market mechanics make sense, but it doesn't mean they're permanent. As we know, things oscillate. Yeah. But what I'm growing a little more concerned about is this a pump and dump? And it feels a lot more like that now, especially today, with some conviction. So be mindful of levels, right? We tried to buy the dip a little bit today on names like NVIDIA, where I thought, hey, 15, right? That might be a cool little area. It's showing some support, and it could still be. Who knows? But as soon as the trade works against and you don't get the movement that you want, it's okay to get out of the way. And I'd rather do that than risk, hey, it took a $600 loss versus a $2,000 loss. You know what I mean? And again, I'm trying to separate and categorize. Like right now, I've got basically two accounts. You've got, stock, we trade by shares, and then we've got options that I've, kind of recently like, hey, let's just experiment with this year and see how the options are doing. My options trades are doing pretty well. I don't want to say they're perfect, but they've done pretty well for me. Shares, I would say arguably, like as far as return, my options are probably doing better. Just because some of these shares, like, if you get into a trade, you lose 1 or 2%, it's fine, but it's a big number, right? If you're buying 500 shares, it can get expensive quick. So the new one, I might include it in my swing trade type of trading, which will be maybe options that are dated a little further out, instead of buying shares. Because like, as an example, if you guys remember, I did a swing trade on CEG. I gave it literally like 5 points to dance, and I got taken out literally the next day. 5 points even on 100 shares, that sucks. So whereas like I could probably have bought $500 worth of options further out on a strike, because my target was going to be around $245, and then build into that position. So I'm learning, I've been doing this a long time, but I'm learning how these new strategies right now in this type of a market, it's advantageous to explore what those might look like. And again, cue the disclaimer, it's your money, do what you want with it, invest it however you want. It's not financial advice, but it's, I don't want to say it's concerning what's happening right now, but it's like a lot of people, retail traders especially, probably got ran over on the last couple sessions, maybe made some money on the upside, right? Or maybe you're trying to short. Like for me, I was trying to time a couple short positions, right? Because I'm like, okay, here's a level. Maybe it rejects here. It does. Then I'm like, okay, cool. And then it breaks through the level. It's like, all right, well, I'm out. I was wrong. It's okay. I think being patient right now is key. And having a plan, trade your plan. For me, it was, do we actually get up to 495.26 on the Qs? If so, that gives me more conviction up or down. And we sold off pre-market. We didn't even try to push higher at all. So I started building those put options right at the open, and ta-da, here we are. Unfortunately, I didn't get this additional leg down, which is fine. But now I'm going to wait for the bounce, probably structure accordingly. Maybe look for some rotation in certain names. And to your point, Mark, scalp only. You know what I mean? Oh, you're in DLTR right now. Okay, cool. So yeah, anyway, I wanted to hop on because I know, like Rick was asking, like, hey, are you still in NVIDIA? And, I was watching that level, enjoying my tea. Just literally sitting down, watching my position. And I'm like, wait a minute, I don't really like how this looks. And we tagged, bounced, tagged. And then once we got to, just below that 1479 area, I was like, if we break any lower, I'm dumping it. And sure enough, we did. So again, took a little bit of a haircut on that one, which is okay. But again, be mindful. Position size, 1, 2. Have a plan. Don't just jump in because, oh, look, it's so far down. It has to bounce. Like, no. Like right now, we are testing technical structures. And I wouldn't be surprised if we take out, like if you do, let's see, a 50% retrace. I'm using the cues as like the barometer. I know you guys like individual names, but even that 50% retrace, if you look at it, it's right at the peaks of what happened on those previous days. So right in this 483.95 area, call it 484 for round numbers sake. But trouble is the .78 fib is down at 482.76. So we could literally easily push down to that 482.76 level and maybe not even find any buyers on the cues. So definitely trade safe today. Again, I'll probably end up looking at put option spread. I would love to see a little bit more of a bounce today on the cues. And majority of these put options and call option type strategies, I'm using indices predominantly. Like I'll use some names on occasion, but I'd like to use the indices just because it's more of a broad basket versus just aiming at one stock. Yeah, market's looking like we're aiming lower now. So let's see. Maybe we get a bounce to 487. Let's see what that looks like on the cues. If we reject that level, then I may start building a put option spread, which basically is like, hey, I'll collect some premium if we stay within, from 491 down to maybe 485. Depends. I got to figure out dates, etc., strikes. But I'm going to start putting some of those strategies together, probably a little further out, maybe into next week. And we'll see how those work out for maybe a little bit more of a swing trade. All right. Stay tuned on that. In the meantime, what do y'all watch? I know, Mark, you're watching DLTR. Anything else you guys keeping a close eye on? MU fell out of bed. So did NVIDIA. No surprise. They trade together. AVGO down. Let's look at Qualcomm. Probably down. I'm going to probably be interested in AVGO soon, like portfolio-wise. Let's see. Boeing, strong pullback. I think Lockheed had a little pop today. Yeah. That's the other thing, too, is defense names. I think we're seeing some rotation there. And I say defense names, not in the traditional sense you're going to hear on TV. I'm talking about like military defense. So NOC is up today. Lockheed got a little bounce. Obviously, it got smacked because they didn't win the new fighter jet Boeing did. So around this time, noon, normally we're not, the reason why Scott and I take off around 11:30 is frankly, like we get slow, right? Directionally, maybe we're kind of made a decision, it looks like today, to head lower. Do we bounce? Sure. But I'm going to only watch price action. I'm not going to be tempted to jump into a trade for the sake of jumping into a trade for 20 cents, 30 cents, whatever, because we could easily get a snap, to the upside or downside. So right now, just being patient. I set a couple alerts. I'm watching MSTR, as you guys know. I've been wanting to short that. And every time I did, just kind of, it's too spready. So maybe that's the key. Maybe I'm shouldn't be trading that stock, trade coin. Maybe it's a little bit easier. But even coin, 20-cent spread. That one could be a little spready as well. But when you see names like, say, for example, Microsoft, Meta, I'm actually watching JPM quite a bit. JPM likely, I'd say, probably the strongest bank, if you ask me, from a balance sheet perspective. And might be one I'm considering shorting. I'm actually watching GS, literally right where it's at right now. So if you look left, that's the lows. To the left, that looks around, frankly, right where it's at, 576 and change. Either we bounce here or we give up this level and maybe we start aiming towards 560. Nice thing about JPM is even the call and put options are pretty cheap for the most part. Not a ton of premium in those. Most of the people that own that stock, they own the stock. They're not trading options on it predominantly. For example, right now it's at 251.68. A 250 put option is $1.50. So it's $1 away, and I would say majority of that premium is probably about 70 cents. And that's for this week. Versus you'll see something like Tesla where, I don't know, let's see, a put 270 put is $5. So probably $3-4 of that. And that, by the way, that expires Friday. So that's like $4 of premium built into that put option. So anyway, I'm going to keep an eye to see if we bounce, and then I'll be looking to structure put options into next week. Let me pull up news real quick before I let you guys go. What else we have coming today? Yeah, PCE data will be important on Friday. Let's see. Yeah, nothing else really today. Let me look at tomorrow real quick. We do have a 5-year note auction coming up. That's an important one. Remember, we talked about cutting rates for commercial lending. We'll see how that works out. So we have continued jobless claims tomorrow, 8:30, GDP growth, core PCE prices, yeah. Yeah, so we do have a bunch of info coming out. GDP price index, GDP sales, all at 8:30, so before market opens tomorrow. Pending home sales is at 10. Kansas Fed composite is not as heavy, but we'll see what that happens or what that looks like. And then we also have the 15-year mortgage rate at 12 tomorrow. Interesting. And like I said, core PCE, that's the big one, the barometer for the Fed, which will be interesting. Like if there's actually concerns now that we might raise rates, ? Yikes. And then we have Michigan consumer expectations at 10 on Friday. So yeah, we do have some data coming out, but as we've seen, like when you see bad data show up and markets move higher, something's up. And I say something's up, meaning enjoy the ride. We're traders, right? Trade what you see, not what you feel, but be cautious or be, cognizant of both technical structure and pullbacks like today. All right, y'all. So with that, why do you drink tea versus coffee? Man, I'm just not a fan of coffee. Even tea, technically. Like, but yeah, if you ask me, I've been on. I know it's not good for you, but I drink like Red Bulls, sugar-free Red Bulls, and that was like my coffee replacement. And it's just, yeah, exactly. It'll do it to you. So I moved to tea. And I'm like, it's not bad. At least, smells good, whatever. You just got to brush your teeth, I suppose the same thing for coffee, but you just got to brush your teeth a little more often because the tea will stick to your breath. You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of nice. It also it's an excuse. Like, some people get into making coffee and they've got like these, 50 different steps to make a cup. I just like it because it's an excuse to get away. You get to see the tea steep as you need to, whatever. If you want sugar, whatever. Like, it's just an excuse to kind of get away, break things up a bit. in the morning routine. Almost like, we used to have like cigarette breaks, 15 minutes, whatever. I don't smoke cigarettes though. Yeah, no, exactly. And sometimes it helps, taking a break, regardless if you're up, down, left, or right on the markets. I said this the other day. So I had two emails, and I'm not going to name names here. I had two emails. One was, about like, hey, why are you shorting markets when markets are clearly exploding to the upside? And I'm like, well, agree to disagree. We're going to trade what we see. And we talked a little bit about that. But the other one was like, frankly, I was a little concerned, right? Someone was like, hey, I'm trying this trading thing. It's not working out. I'm not making money. I'm losing money. I feel like a loser and all sorts of stuff. I'm like, wow, like, trading is tough. It's tough business. It can be emotionally and psychologically straining at times, right? It's hard to explain to people when you're like, hey, go work a day job and you make X amount of dollars per hour. You know what you make per week. And then you're telling them like, hey, I moved around this amount of money in a day and made this amount of money left, right, or, up or down. And it's hard for people to understand that. And so we kind of live in this world where your W-2 is your value. And I don't know if that's entirely true. I think that, I say it's not entirely true. Like, look, we need money to survive. You got to buy food, pay bills. It is what it is, right? But learning something new means you have to be open to failure, and you have to be open to trying something that takes a bit of effort, right? And, gambling doesn't take a lot of effort, but there's a reason there's like professional poker players. There's a reason there's professional traders. And there's a reason that there's professional ball players and professional fill in the blank, right? Doctors, because it's time, effort, and energy. And if you look at it that way, the amount of learning that you get from markets, and I don't mean just looking at a candle. I mean like all the stuff that, aforementioned, right? Just random, looking at the macro, the sector, the geopolitical aspect, understanding what's happened based on empirical data around situations like this. Like, have we ever had a situation exactly like this? No. But what happens typically during trade wars? You should know. You should know the dates, the decades, the president that was in place, the impact it had to the dollar, the impact it had to gold, the impact it had to certain sectors, and see if that's emulated in today's behavior, right? And those are the kind of things at the end of the day, like, it's okay to be wrong. Just don't be wrong for long. You know what I mean? As traders, like, that's the goal. That's the game. And everybody has a different risk tolerance. I get it. But again, not financial advice, but this is a profession, and it does mean that, failing is part of learning something new. It just is. You can read a book on how to lay bricks all day long. You can read every page by page perfectly, but until you mix the mortar and you put up your first brick wall, you're not going to learn that, hey, if it gets to a certain height, you need to tie it to something before it falls over based on, right? Like, there's all kinds of stuff that you learn from actually doing it. And I think that there's a lot to be said that, look, it's easy to lose hope if you're not passionate about something. And I get in this business, you could lose. You don't control your loss. Again, there's tons of books you can read on psychology of trading. There's tons of books, there's plenty of information out there. Part of what we try to do in this community is, I call it rule number one, pay yourself first. Part of it goes in line, I would say, with one of Scott's principles, I would say, which is survive, right? You've got to survive till tomorrow. Taking a $80 loss is okay if you're having an $800 winner, right? But if you're taking an $8,000 loss and an $800 winner, that's a losing equation, right? So anyway, I wanted to share that with you guys just because, again, I know many of you are profitable traders or on your way to being profitable traders, and some of you are not, and that's okay. Part of this business is understanding and controlling sizing, understanding discipline, understanding how you trade psychologically. And I'd be lying to you if I told you that I've never blown up an account. Of course I have. I'd be lying to you if I told you I've never stayed in a trade longer hoping it would turn around. Of course I have, right? But you learn from those mistakes, like, hey, how long can you do that? Not very long. It doesn't take long. I mean, especially even like the options stuff that I'm doing, like, that's even more volatile, right? Especially if you're doing next day or even Friday type expirations. Like, if you don't understand the Greeks, you can be in trouble pretty quick. 10 contracts can really hurt you if you're not careful. And so it's okay with being wrong and getting out of a position. And then, if you turn back, oh man, like, if I just would have waited 10 minutes, well, then wait for your setup for 10 minutes. Well, what's your setup? Is it just because you were waiting for it to go up or down? No, look, part of this game is being patient as well. You guys saw me take an NVIDIA trade. I admitted it when I took it. Hey, I'm getting in. I'm a little impatient. I should wait for this 115.15. I want to see it break through the level, come back through the level. I got in a little early, so I ended up losing an extra 35 cents. Do I really care about 35 cents? Not so much, but it's still a principle, right? If I was just patient, I could have probably trimmed up a potential loss. All that to say, look, we're human. It's okay. Just remember, learning anything new requires the openness to failing. So anyway, again, don't want to call out the person that reached out specifically, but if any of you guys are going through that, just know it is a process, and you're not a loser because you're losing in markets. In fact, the best traders are the best losers, because hey, look, like that didn't work out. Get out of the way. Let's find the next trade. How many times have you guys heard us do that, right? Take a trade, take a loss. I mean, that happened to me just yesterday, right? Small losing trade, small losing trade, small losing trade. And again, my small might be different than your small, but small losing trade, small losing trade. Then we took coin long, if you guys remember that, and just crushed it, right? So it's kind of back to even what Amir was saying. Sometimes it only takes one trade. You could have 5 losing trades in a day, and you get that one trade that you nail. Now, granted, the real key is like when you're doing your journaling, which I encourage all of you to do, understand A, the time of day where you're taking trades more often. B, what your batting average is in that time of day. C, look at the size of the trade. B, look at the sectors that you're trading. And then more importantly, always ask the question, why? Why did I take that trade? Is it because you were looking at a chart, but you weren't looking left? Is it because you had certain levels marked and you saw a certain pattern set up? And be honest, brutally honest with yourself. Because you got to remember, you could lie to yourself in this business, have self-fulfilling prophecy. But if you're real about it and you're honest about it, and you're like, oof, 115.15 was the level I wanted on NVIDIA. I didn't wait for it, and that cost me an extra 35 cents. Stupid move, DVG. Stupid move. And that's okay. 35 cents, I could argue, I'm not really too worried about it. But at the end of the day, if you do that times 15 trades, 20 trades, it adds up. So I'm not giving myself a pass. I'm holding myself accountable to the fact that was, even for me, a trade that I could have been more patient on. And so again, psychology of trading, it's part of the game. It's part of the business. It's just a matter of, being open and honest with yourself on A, where you're taking trades, B, why you're taking trades, and then C, part of having this community is talking through some of the setup, right? If you let's just say it's like someone's talking about Apple, right? Why would you take it here versus at 222.50? What does the option chain look like? What's the order flow look like? What does the overall sector look like, right? What are the indices telling us? So anyway, I'll get off my high horse or my soapbox there, guys. It's slow, and I figure I'd jump on while I have a few minutes. I don't always get to talk about some of the stuff in the morning because we're looking at trades. We're kind of active, right, in that process. And just wanted to share that with you guys because, again, when I saw those 2 emails, the one where it's like, hey, why are you always bearish? I'm like, I'm not, I promise. But there's a lot of, questionable things happening. But I'll be bullish until I'm bearish. And here we are. Now we're getting a pullback. The good news is we are holding this neckline on the Qs right now. So that's worth noting. But anyway, anything you guys are watching, I'm going to take a look at before I take off here for the day. And by the way, does that help, or is it just we don't care? Stop talking about this stuff. I just thought it's kind of important. If I see, I remember I was there before, and I don't say it's part of the business, but Vincent, yes. Okay, cool, guys. Thanks. Appreciate it. Look at PLTR. All right, I'll take a look, Michael. Yeah, that actually, again, that's in the military type defense name. We know it got racked pretty good. look at this area right where it's at now, support level on Monday, March 24th. We're there right now, this 9250 area. So if we see a bounce there, it could be a decent bounce. I would pull up, what's the sector doing right now collectively? We talked about NOC, RTX, LMT, BA. The concern about like Doge, military spending, etc. That's that could be something. But I do think, clearly, I feel the same way about PLTR as I do about like CEG. Multi-year, multi-billion-dollar contracts that are literally already in place and they're coming in. Like the stuff with PLTR, they're not going to cut that from Doge spending. I mean, they could, but realistically, those are kind of contracts in place. We have seen it happen before with like vaccines and stuff like that. So I'm not saying it's entirely impossible, but most of that is military AI spend. I don't see that happening. So it depends. I would say this level looks nice, Michael. Again, just keep the disclaimer, keep your TP, your trade management tight, because it could bounce, but it's a pretty ugly chart to the downside. I'm not sure if you're asking for long or short on that one, because it's right now for me, it's 50-50. You're hitting this 92.50 area. Let's look at the options change. They even have like a 92.50 strike. Let's look. No, solid round numbers. So yeah, maybe get in 92.30 if you're trying to go long, or short here, and then you've got your really tight stop loss maybe above 80, 92.80. Jeff, it's great. It took me 3 years to finally be profitable. Yeah, it does. And it's not even so much timing. Some traders are profitable in like the day of, right? And I joke about that because you could have one great trade and that's that. But the key to this game is consistency. I put things in perspective. If you want to make, let's say, $250,000 a year in a day job, right? That's roughly $125 an hour ish, give or take. That's a lot of money to a lot of people. In this business, you got to make $1,000 a day. There's 250 trading days in a year, $1,000 a day. There's your 250. So then use that number and break it down. So, okay, if I want to make 125 or 120,000, then I got to make X per day. Now, I know that some people don't like to do that, but it does help if you're measuring that to go, okay, well, how much money have I made this year? All right, I made, $182,000. Okay, whatever the number is. Now break that down per hour per day, and then think about like, okay, can I do this doing something else? And the big trouble is like, remember, you got to show up to work every day in this business. So whether you're swing trading, whether you're day trading, intraday, or you're doing like investment strategies, you're going to be keeping an eye on these things. And the big thing is like, again, like I'm trying to get better. You guys know this openly. I've told you, I'm trying to get better at swing trading. Heck, I gave 5-6 points almost to my CEG trade, and it blew up, right? It just didn't work out. And the irony is, what I'm finding, if I want to do a swing trade, is like, hey, where would my stop loss be? Maybe that should be my entry. The trouble is like, maybe I'm not patient enough for that to happen. But I have been in certain instances, names like LNG, names like LMT, right? On those swing trades, those have worked out. Moderna, kind of worked out there for a little while. So I've had a couple of these like swing trades that have worked out. Unfortunately for me, I wanted to get, Moderna up at like $40, but since it started peaking out at 34, I'm like, all right, I guess I'll take my couple dollars and move on. But anyway, to your point, Jeff, like, look, man, I appreciate you sharing that 3 years to be finally profitable. I get it. It takes time because we're all different. Every person is different. And the psychology associated in this business is you have to be brutally honest with yourself, and you have to know yourself, and you have to love yourself whether you win or lose. Just know that you're trying to learn something new and try to, keep moving forward. So you're trying to swing PLTR. Okay. Long or short, Michael, what are you thinking? In the spirit of accountability, right? And if you are, okay, long. So help me understand target, stop loss, sizing. I don't mind if you say, 2R, 3R, however you analyze that, right? But curious to know, like, what's your target if you're trying to take profit? Is it $96? Is it more than that? Is it $94? Like, before you take your first bit of profit based on your sizing. So I'm going to use that as an example. If you're taking 100 shares, and let's just say you should be able to calculate at what point do you basically tighten up your stop and have zero risk on a trade. Like, if you're trading even as a swing, that's what I'm trying to do. And maybe that's where I could get better, is just holding that full size. But like, say, for example, if it's me and PLTR, I might take it to maybe 94.5 and then take some off. So that's 2 points, and then let the rest run, and then move my stop basically right at entry around 96. Okay, cool. Yeah. Well, rooting for you, man. I promise you. In the spirit of accountability, I don't know, since Vincent, you said long for you, we'll have the two of you hold each other accountable. So we'll call it what, entry 92.50-ish, give or take? Is that what we're looking at? And it won't be to poke fun or make fun. It's not that, guys. It's literally like, I want to make sure, like, I'm rooting for you guys. Anytime you guys are posting trades, believe it or not, whether I'm short and you're long or vice versa, I want all of you guys to win. That's the truth. Oh, you're already in at 93? Okay. So you're already a little, and then what would your stop be? Curious. $92? Oh, pretty tight. Okay, so you're getting about a point. So I guess so long as you stay above your 92, you'll hang in there, and then you'll stop out at a point. Okay, got it. Yeah, for me on swing trades, typically what I'd like to do in a perfect world is have the move. I'm going to use Tesla as an example because you guys know how Tesla moves. But if I'm up, let's say 10 points on Tesla, and let's just say I keep using 100 shares just because it's a round number. So let's just say I pulled off 80. So maybe partial 50, partial 30, throughout, right? So usually my first partial is the biggest one, usually. And it's usually 50 to 80% because I want to put all the risk out of the way, and I can always add more if I want to. But those last, let's say 20 shares, and again, it's in the spirit of using 100 because it's a round number, I'll swing those at least until either the next day or break even. And the trouble I have with the break even stuff is a lot of times it'll come right back to my break even and then dump. So I'm trying to get better at, like, okay, where's the break even? Does it turn against? And then, like, because, with 20 shares, if I've already banked 80 of them, we're good. Technically, I can afford, $20 negative if I made, you know what I mean? So the question then becomes, like, where's the risk tolerance on the runners? And I'm trying to get better at that. But for me, like, say, for example, if I was short Tesla still, or the Qs for that matter, maybe swing that 20 into the next day, or maybe add another 10 and then let it keep going. You know what I mean? That's at least what I'm trying to do. Cue the disclaimer, your money, do what you want. But anyways, let's see, Jeff B. If I do 1,000 shares, I sell 800 in profit to do trailing stop and loss. Exactly. Exact same concept, Jeff. Yep. So 100 or 1,000, same concept. Right. I do very similar. Just depends on sizing. You know what I mean? So if it's a name like Tesla, it probably will take a big lump off, like an 80% lump first, just because that thing can move. And then if the 200 that are left, let's say in your example, I may add another 50 or 100 if it's warranted, if we continue to move. So anyways, guys, we're running up here on 1 o'clock, and I'm rooting for you, Michael, Vincent. Hopefully you guys crush it. PLTR, I'll keep it up on my screen just because I want to make sure you guys crush that trade. Jeff, appreciate you sharing your thoughts as well. Again, I never know on these afternoon sessions because they're slower. I don't always take a ton of trades around this time of day anyways, just in general. If I have a trade on, I'll leave it if I, or manage it. You know what I mean? While I was talking, I got the bounce to 487 I was waiting for on the Qs, so I could set up my put option spread, and I missed it. Thanks a lot, guys. So I'm going to probably set that up right now, and I think we're going to take out the lows here on the Qs. So I'm going to set that up. I'll probably put up maybe, I don't know, $1,500, see how that works. Get paid maybe 300 in premium. We'll see. But again, not going super heavy. Could easily just 10x that size, but I don't feel like risking $15,000 on this kind of a move. All right, guys. Well, yes, Jeff, you nailed it. I will see you guys tomorrow at the Open. Again, sorry for being a little late today. Life happens, guys. So we'll see you guys tomorrow at the Open. I'll see if maybe, what do you guys think? What day of the week would probably make the most sense to do like a after hour stock? Thursdays, maybe? I'll figure that out. But I'll be sure to notify you guys. For those of you who are members, you'll get the alert on your phone. If you haven't set that up on your phone yet, look at the little icon in the top left where it says launch a mobile app. You can download the mobile app, set up notifications. I promise you it's not there to spam you guys. But it'll be kind of a way to get an alert if we're jumping on doing like a, special members only type content. All right. Okay, guys. Well, I'll see you tomorrow at the Open. Cheers. Trade safe. God bless.